So welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a lovely long lunch and are ready to hear some more exciting papers this afternoon. This morning we started with digital editorial work and some promising propositions for attributions to Philip the Chancellor. And now we're turning more directly toward the topic of text, language and poetry in the Codex Buranus. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Davide Daolmi, Associate Professor of Musicology at the University of Milan. His research has focused mainly on opera, cultural history, and gender studies, with a main interest in medieval music, centering on the relationship between text and music in the premenstrual era. He's written several monographs and also critical editions, including of Rossini's Petite Messe Solennelle, and recent works include Storia della musica dalle origini al Seicento in 2019 and Carmina Burana, Una doppia rivoluzione, just last year. I'm looking forward to his talk today, which will hopefully separate fact from fiction and address questions regarding the formal structure, content, and possibilities for musical reconstructions concerning the text of the Goliardic verse. Today he offers us his paper, Musical Ghosts, the Goliardic Verse in the Codex Buranus. Thank you, Davide.
Thank you. In 13th century historiography, few voices are as compelling as that of Salimbene da Parma, a Franciscan chronicler who testifies to a culture still deeply rooted in oral tradition. His chronicle reveals the unexpected acoustic landscape of the northern Italian communes, the noises of the streets, the inflection of local dialects, the sounds of liturgy. Alongside these, Salimbene recalls songs, short poems, and laudi, often mentioning lyrics, performers, and authors. The period he describes, the reign of the Frederick II, is the same in which the Codex Buranus was compiled, and some of the lyrics appear in both works, such as Estuans Intrinsecus, the celebrated Confessio in Goliardic verse. Salimbene also notes the frequent use of bilingual songs that mixed Latin and vernacular languages, pieces that, precisely because of the music, crossed linguistic boundaries. Among those he sang multotiens many times was a Latin-French composition comparing the bravery of Jean de Brienne, king of Jerusalem, with the erudition of the theologian Alexander Alensis. The verse combines a French hexasyllab with a Latin iambic dimeter, two distinct rhythmic patterns that perhaps converge in a triple accent. The same pattern of the three accents, as I will discuss, also appears in the two hemistichs of Goliardic verse, a verse essentially international and predisposed to bilingualism, and one of the most widespread verse form of the time, although its melodies rarely survive. Salimbene never reproduces the music, yet he shows that lyric poetry was above all a sonic experience, its success depending on the mobility of singers. When he turns to longer composition, especially in Goliardic meter, he stops referring to melody, suggesting that such works circulated mainly in writing. The Confessio, for instance, which he reproduces in full, clearly derives from a written source. Likewise, he says not that he heard the Apocalypsis, another Goliardic poem, but that he saw it together with Alia Scripta Plura. The Codex Buranus, too, includes nearly 60 Goliardic poems, but rarely preserves their melodies, especially in the longer texts, once again suggesting that narrative verse favored a transmission that was primarily written rather than sung. Before asking whether Goliardic verse had a specific musical life, it is worth dispelling a misunderstanding that has persisted for almost 2 centuries. The term Goliardic stanza, in German Vagantenstrophe, designates only a Latin meter of the 12th and 13th centuries, not a poetic genre, not a brotherhood of wandering poets. As Arthur Rigg and Patrick Walsh showed almost half a century ago, the idea of the Goliards as clerici vagantes, irreverent, penniless, pleasure-loving students in rebellion against Rome, is a romantic fiction. Historically, the Goliards were the pupils and supporters of Abelard. When he was excommunicated in 1141, Saint Bernard called him Goliath, the enemy of the Church of David. The defense of Bishop Goliath, through witty pamphlets circulating in scholastic circles, made Goliard a synonym for dissenter. Later, with the rise of the universities and the fading of the Abelard's controversy, the word came to denote unruly students, sometimes involved in crime, within academic settings. The term lay dormant until the 19th century, when Thomas Wright revived it, collecting some 20 poems attributed to Bishop Goliath, which he believed to be the work of the core poet Walter Map. Wright's collection, soon followed by Schmeller's edition of the Carmina Burana, shaped the modern myth of the Goliards as irreverent and hedonistic poets. Because both collections contain numerous poems employing the same newly identified meter, scholars came to see it as the hallmark of a new rebellious literary movement and called both the meter and the poets Goliardic. The first use of Goliard verse, understood purely as a metrical technique, appears in the Metamorphosis Goliae, a poem from the mid-12th century written in defense of Abelard. Its success inspired widespread imitation beyond his philosophical circle. At first, the Goliardic verse was a symbol of rebellion, but it soon became a flexible vehicle for convivial, amorous, political, and devotional themes. It is therefore not a genre, and it does not belong to any specific period of style, but it represents a formal solution in which the word itself, the subject matter, takes priority. The rapid diffusion of the meter may tempt one to imagine a musical catalyst, yet there is little evidence for this. More likely, its success lay in its intrinsic rhythmic naturalness and adaptability. In its general structure, the Goliardic stanza is a monorhymed quatrain of 6 and 7-syllable lines with an internal proparoxyton and final paroxyton cadence. Internal rhyme is also common, and stanza length can vary from 2 to 7 lines. For example, Ecce torpet probitas use a 3-line stanza with internal rhyme. The meter represents a reconfiguration of the longest quantitative binary meters, the iambic trimeter and the trochaic tetrameter, into the medieval Latin scenarius and septenarius, in which the long syllabic quantities of the classical measures are reinterpreted as stressed syllables of the verse. This scenarius fits naturally within a rhythmic pulse that is linked to the final stress of each hemistich, obviously imagining that the final accents are equidistant with the rhythmic grid. The septenarius, by contrast, broke the rhythmic at each new line. Its final stress either caused syllabic overlap or excessive separation between lines, making the verse feel slow and limping. Regular rhythm was achieved only when the dominant accent shifted from the 4th to the 3rd accent of the first hemistich, as in ver aetatis labitur. This is the structure, and this is the example of ver aetatis labitur. Yes. The elimination of the unstressed syllable preceding the caesura in lines 1 and 2 results in a proparoxyton cadence whose anticipated stress pattern is reflected in lines 3 and 4, maintaining the accent on the 5th position. Based on this 3 accent pattern per hemistic, with the 3rd carrying the main stress, different variants emerge, including forms that begin on an anacrusis and display oscillation between paroxyton and proparoxyton cadences. From this, we can find the model that unites all later developments of the ancient long line, both iambic and trochaic. Proof that this model is archetypal, the Goliardic verse being only its most successful expression, comes from vernacular tradition. The English common meter, the Spanish arte mayor, and the French Alexandrine verse all evolved from this same 3-beat template. It is thus not a direct offshot of the Goliardic meter, but an adaptation of the Latin rhythmic pattern that gave rise to the Goliardic verse. This helps explain the numerous variants that metricists find difficult to classify, leading to inconsistent line division in publication such as the critical edition of Carmina Burana. For example, O Fortuna and Iste Mundus both employ septenari with internal rhyme, but are laid out differently, obscuring the underlying musical form. Visual layout is not trivial. It reveals rhyme grouping and possible melodic reuse. The progressive stabilization of endings of Goliardic verse, first proparoxyton, then paroxyton, refined the temporal balance between internal and terminal pauses, short in the caesura, longer at line end. These elements necessarily arose from oral performance. It was the act of chanting that shaped the form later fixed in writing, even though its initial success took place in an academic context. Because of its regular binary rhythm between stressed and unstressed syllables, and among degrees of stress, the Goliardic lines resists elaborate vocalization. It was likely cantillated rather than sung. Its intonation serving the intelligibility of the words, not a melodic display. This was also true of metric poems in general, where recitative tone was more effective than full song. The Codex Buranus preserves only a few examples of music for Goliardic verse, but when it does, it most often sets the quatrain in bar form or AAB form, in which the first 2 lines share one melodic phrase and the next 2 another. The structure appears consistently in the Ludus de Nativitate, where few bar form melodies are reused for various characters' dialogues in Goliardic quatrains. Other Goliardic lyrics in the Codex with musical notation, often non-diastematic, also make use of bar form. This is an example. Continuous melodies occur only in a few tripled stanzas, suggesting that the number of lines influenced melodic structure. On the other hand, the simplest and most common practice, repeating a short melody for each line or couplet, was so easy to remember that it was rarely written down. It is its simplicity and oral transmission that account for the lack for notation, not its rarity in performance. Among the earliest examples connected with music without notation in the Codex is Nomen a Solemnibus, one of the oldest texts. In its stanza with the refrain combines 5 lines whose hemistics are both proparoxyton and 3 septenari with internal rhyme. The melody survives in 2 Paris manuscripts, and the music is the same for each line, with light variation. Exit di Luculo, found in a later Munich manuscript, follows the same pattern, but with 2 very similar melodies that alternate every 2 lines. In the Ludus Pascalis, several Goliardic stanzas occur. The music transmitted in the Codex reappears in diastematic notation in a later Viennese manuscript. In a case, the music presents a 2-line melody repeated as couplets, effectively reinterpreting quatrains as distichs. These examples support the view that Goliardic stanzas originally repeated their melody line by line or in pair, a practical device for long narrative poems, and the bar form later developed as a more sophisticated alternative. The bar form melody published in Bloom in 1899, associated with the Goliardic poem Ad Terrorem Omnium, probably reflects newer strophic habits evolving from earlier cantillation. This appears to be the only documented case in which a melody is linked to a Goliardic long poem rather than to a short lyric. The simplicity and rhythmic clarity of the 3-beat pattern also encourage experimentation in the vernaculars. The Codex Buranus contains at least 17 Goliardic songs paired with Middle High German stanzas, whose syllable count is not regular as in Latin. It is likely that the vernacular forms with 3 trochaic accents were, through the influence of music, aligned with the more prevalent medieval Latin verse, which suited the rhythmic pattern. On the other hand, the contrafacta from Latin into the vernacular, found in other manuscripts, also seem to experiment with the Goliardic stanza. The very famous Middle English Summer is icumen in clearly adapts the Goliardic line, while, for example, Salve Virgo Virginum Parens Genitoris become in Old French Vene pleine de douceur, vers espère de vie, turning a triple into a quatrain, preserving the same melody for each line. The mix of masculine and feminine syllables offers an alternative to the Alexandrine verse. Of the same cultural fabric is this bilingual Italian lauda, Salve Virgo Virginum Preciosa Dama, one Italian attempt to adapt the Goliardic meter. I wish to acknowledge Nello Bartoletti for this reference. To this group belongs Cielo d'Alcamo, famous Rosa Fresca Aulentissima, whose systematic use of internal proparoxytons, rare and difficult in Italian, cannot derive directly from the French Alexandrine verse, as often claimed, but it takes shape within the same milieu as the Goliardic verse. These vernacular and bilingual songs are, in all likelihood, the same that Salimbene sang, and the recurrence of the Goliardic meter or of its derived forms, whenever different languages appears, indicates that the strength of this meter was above all rhythmic and thus musical, because translating the verses become easier when carried along by the music. More importantly, it reveals an international aspiration that the meter shares with the Codex Buranus, which is, not by chance, the most representative collection of this frightful metrical form. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davide.
Thank you.
I think you're in the running for the most beautiful PowerPoint of the day, of the conference so far. I very much enjoyed that. And also, thank you for helping us put into context a bit more the complexity with which we can understand the Goliardic verse. It's a little bit more complex than I learned in my music history, etc. classes. So I'd like to open up the room to questions. If there are no immediate questions, I'd like to go back to one folio that I found particularly interesting. You showed us the example of Mundi Delectatio. Mm-hmm. And I found it very interesting that this was quite a melismatic, pneumatic song. And I'd immediately raised the question for me of how do I understand it in terms of its accentuation when we come to a musical realization?
It's very difficult to understand the accentuation. I think that accentuation comes from, in any case, from the text. But when the music is present many notes, it's very difficult to understand which rhythm use the music. Probably there is a interference with it, with the rhythm of the text. But the rhythm of the text is the basis of any song, and this discourse is more clear with the syllabic songs.
Exactly, and we've been talking over the past couple of days, and we've heard in performance last night this question of rhythmicization, strong and weak accentuation, mensurability. And in your understanding of it, how do you don't think that there's an immediate connection in the musical realization? So you don't need to hear a clear rhythmic meter.
I think today we have to sing medieval rhythmic lyrics with a sort of rhythm. I don't like. I think it's not probably linked with the old tradition, a Gregorianic form of to sing this lyric, but obviously I wasn't there.
It's good. We were also having a discussion over lunch, a couple of us, and talking about how accentuation and the strength of the accentuation is different according to different languages. And it struck me in a couple of your examples with the French and then the Latin, how this might be
completely different. For example, French, I don't know Old French because nobody knows, but French has a very not significant tonic syllables. Italian and also German has a very strong accentuation in the verse. So this make a difference. And different languages use different accent. For example, in Latin, French, not in every times, but sometimes French move the accent at the end of the line. Then French in general don't use proper occiton verse. Prefer the occiton verse.
Thank you, Mark Everest.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Actually, the exchange you just had was very interesting. Plus facile si je parle en français ou
as you prefer, but
no, we'll stay in English. We'll stay in English.
In English for
So I was interested in what you were saying, because the conventional wisdom is that Latin is pronounced according to the vernacular in which you're currently living. So if you're in Paris, you pronounce Latin like French. If you're in Italy, you pronounce it like it's Italian. And I was just wondering about Salimbene, and whether you had a view on what his kind of linguistic makeup might have been, and whether that inflected anything that he actually said in his text. It was a text I've read on many occasions, but I've never thought of it quite that way.
It's very fascinating, but very generic about the information about the context. We have no information about the real problem connected with the accent. But we know that he sang this or this other lyrics, but he didn't speak about the problem of the way in which way he sang in a lyric or another. So it's not useful for this.
Right, and there's nothing in his written text that betray anything
Yeah.
about anything. Yeah. Interesting. It's frustrating, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Further questions from the plenum? If not, then I would like to thank Davide
Thank you.
Daolmi for a fascinating presentation.
Can I?
We're going to take a couple of minutes to exchange speakers, and we'll be right back. You may not be expecting Christelle Cazot to be coming towards the desk. So I'll just take a minute to bridge the time. I would love to be able to introduce Pascale Bourgain, who would be scheduled to be speaking her paper now. There were some unexpected issues with her travel, and therefore she has requested very kindly that Christelle Cazot reads her paper for her. We will miss her dearly, especially in terms of the discussion following, but she has a lot of interesting things to offer us for the discussion today that we'll be able to take from her paper. I will introduce Pascale Bourgain as the esteemed medieval Latin philologist, a member of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres, and Professor Emerita of the École Nationale de Chartres. And I think I do not have to introduce Christelle again, but she will be reading us through and leading us into Pascale's topic, the paper La disparition du sens de l'accent dans les poèmes tardifs du Codex Buranus. So about accent in the late poems of the Buranus manuscript. So, Christelle, I will let you take over and explain how you will be presenting the paper.
Thank you very much, Kelly. In order not to create a weakening of the English accent, which I am very happy not to do today, I will read the French text, which is also beautifully written, I must say. And I made a dirty translation with ChatGPT, shame on me, and I will try to coordinate both so that people who are not understanding French can follow, because I have also no PowerPoint presentation. I'm sorry. Pour l'histoire de la poésie latine rythmique, le recueil de Benedict Boyron présente un état de ce qui circulait en France et dans l'Empire au début du XIIIe siècle. J'accepte l'hypothèse de David Trail. Ce serait l'évêque de Bressanone, Berthold von Neuffen, de famille bavaroise, mort en 1224. Le recueil serait commencé vers 1220, interrompu à sa mort prématurée, pour être complété ensuite. C'est donc un point de vue d'où l'on peut considérer les attentes poétiques dans ce couloir impérial entre Germanie et Italie. Depuis bientôt 2 siècles, la perplexité des critiques devant ce monument a donné lieu à des interprétations et attributions souvent divergentes, sûres seulement pour quelques auteurs prestigieux attestés ailleurs. Différemment de ce travail d'identification, je voudrais profiter de ce recueil pour voir s'il peut apporter des éléments de réponse à une question délicate. Comment l'accent latin était-il perçu et éventuellement prononcé en tenant compte des différentes aires linguistiques au début du XIIIe siècle? Voyons donc l'état de la poésie à cette époque, après quelques préliminaires. La poésie, que nous appelons rythmique, serait plus justement appelée accentuelle, car le rythme en soi peut aussi bien être obtenu par des alternances de longueur de syllabes, comme en poésie métrique, que par la place des accents, constitutifs du système médiéval. Ce n'est qu'un des 3 éléments de la poésie rythmique: accent, nombre de syllabes, puis rime. Ces 3 éléments se combinent pour donner lieu à des structures perceptibles. Si l'un prend le pas sur les autres ou au contraire s'affaiblit, la perception qu'ont les auditeurs de ces structures change, la technique poétique évolue. Ainsi, de l'importance croissante de la rime, apparue à l'époque carolingienne, omniprésente surtout à partir du XIe siècle, pauvre jusqu'en 1130-1140 environ, puis plus riche ensuite, qui, au moment où nous nous plaçons, paraît essentielle. Mais c'est l'accent qui a donné son identité à la poésie rythmique latine. L'accent est parfaitement maîtrisé par les grands auteurs français du XIIe siècle et par l'archipoète en Allemagne. Est-il encore parfaitement maîtrisé et perçu grâce à l'entraînement scolaire qui oblige à apprendre la prosodie, donc la place de l'accent, pour lire les poètes antiques, et par le latin parlé entre clercs et étudiants? L'accent latin présente un certain nombre de difficultés pour des locuteurs non natifs. Il fallait pour le maîtriser des artes lectoriae, des arts de lecture, qui indiquaient la longueur de la pénultième dont dépend l'accent latin, en les insérant dans des hexamètres, ce qui indique la longueur de la syllabe. D'autres manuels rassemblaient les cas de distinction par l'accent, donc par la prononciation, de mots qui s'écrivaient de la même façon. Teneris, tu es tenu. Teneris, au tendre. Il fallait donc l'apprendre pour pouvoir parler et pas seulement écrire en latin. Sans compter les difficultés datant de l'époque classique, comme les proclitiques et les enclitiques qui déplacent l'accent, auxquels s'ajoutent les mots étrangers, grecs, hébreux ou barbares, pour lesquels des variations sont possibles. L'évolution du latin à l'époque médiévale ajoute les difficultés de la perception des voyelles en hiatus qui, dans les langues romanes, ont tendance à être prononcées en synérèse et à se transformer en semi-consonnes, alors qu'elles comptaient en principe pour une seule syllabe, ce qui peut aussi influencer l'accent. I think I am skipped a paragraph. Bon. Cet accent de mots est depuis l'Antiquité... No, yes, it's okay. Cet accent de mots est depuis l'Antiquité tardive un accent d'intensité, à la source d'évolution phonétique qui prouve cette évolution. À part quelques mots occitons, il dépend de la longueur de l'avant-dernière syllabe, l'accent reculant sur la 3e syllabe à partir de la fin si l'avant-dernière est brève. Les mots latins peuvent donc se terminer de 2 façons, par paroxyton ou paroxyton. Only in French you can do that. Ce qui a déterminé en poésie rythmique la possibilité de 2 cadences finales. Un module se termine par un accent principal suivi d'une syllabe non accentuée ou de 2. L'énergie nécessaire pour prononcer l'accent fait que les syllabes contiguës sont prononcées avec moins de force. Il existait aussi un accent de phrase. Si l'on peut regrouper sous ce terme les accents secondaires des mots longs et la manière dont les mots brefs... Okay, vielen Dank. Il existait aussi un accent de phrase, si l'on peut regrouper sous ce terme les accents secondaires des mots longs et la manière dont les mots brefs se combinent entre eux et avec ceux qui les entourent, selon la façon dont ils se suivent et leur importance sémantique dans la phrase. Ainsi, en poésie rythmique, où Dag Norberg a montré l'existence de ce qu'il appelle des mots métriques, mais probablement aussi dans la langue parlée, ne peuvent venir en contact de syllabes accentuées. L'un des deux accents s'efface par enclyse ou proclyse. C'est ce qu'on appelle un mot rythmique. Deux mots qui n'ont qu'un seul accent, l'un des deux, monosyllabique, s'appuyant sur l'autre, pourvu que la syllabe centrale soit brève. Cor abens. The stress on ens. Ce qui induit des négociations possibles en cours de vers, car dans le cas précité, abens, un A bref mais accentué, n'aurait pas vu se déplacer son accent s'il avait suivi un mot de 2 syllabes. Il est possible aussi que la prononciation des mots longs laisse la possibilité d'une prononciation dactylique de 2 syllabes non accentuées contiguës dans un même mot, puisque 2 syllabes non accentuées sont possibles en cours de vers. Dona portantes, adonique rythmique. Mais l'accent secondaire, qui module la prononciation de ces mots, n'est jamais théorisé. Donc on ne sait pas exactement comment il était prononcé. La disposition des mots dans la phrase et l'intonation expressive assouplissaient certainement la prononciation. À la fin du XIIe siècle, la règle est que les mots en fin de module, que nous avons l'habitude d'appeler des vers, doivent avoir la même accentuation pour se répondre entre eux. Les modules utilisés sont ceux que l'imitation des poésies métriques et l'acclimatation de nouvelles formules issues généralement de la liturgie, séquences avec leur duplication caractéristique, les lyriques, ont rendu courant et agréable à l'oreille. D'abord des suites de vers identiques où il n'y a pas de pause. Surtout des octosyllabes paroxytons ou proparoxytons, le vers ambrosien, 8 proparoxytons, imitation du dimètre iambique, généralement plus utilisé pour la poésie religieuse que 8 paroxytons venus du dimètre trochaïque. Depuis l'époque tardo-antique, domine une tendance à les regrouper en strophes, ainsi la strophe ambrosienne, ce qui est sans doute lié à leur aspect musical. Et des modules issus de la brisure des vers antiques, par insertion de rimes à l'hémistiche, ou par réduplication de l'un ou l'autre élément. Un vers de 12 syllabes, coupé en 6 plus 6 proparoxytons, venu de l'Asclépiade antique. Et sans modèle antique, le décasyllabe, 4 plus 6 proparoxytons, à rime plate, qui apparaît au XIe siècle, et le vers goliardique, à partir du XIIe siècle, 7 proparoxytons, 6 paroxytons. Ce sont les modules qui sont dans toutes les oreilles et serviront à bâtir de nouvelles formes de façon préférentielle. D'une longueur commode pour la mémoire et pour le chant, ces segments de 6 à 8 syllabes sont abondamment réutilisés dans des combinaisons de plus en plus diverses, auxquelles se joignent les vers de longueur plus libre venus de la prose liturgique. Il n'y a plus que des traces de l'imitation des structures des vers métriques, mais plutôt une préférence pour un accent battu régulièrement tous les 2 temps, ce que l'on appelle un rythme régulier. En effet, dans le 8 paroxytons, 7 proparoxytons, 6 paroxytons, l'accent final du vers tombe sur une syllabe impaire. Or, une grande majorité des vers ainsi formés commencent par une syllabe accentuée, que l'accent soit principal ou secondaire, et un rythme binaire régulièrement battu sur les syllabes impaires s'ensuit facilement. Plus entraînant par sa battue régulière, ce rythme est généralement favorisé. Il suffit d'éviter les cas de conflit possibles, de placer les mots de façon à respecter l'alternance. Inversement, un vers 8 proparoxytons bien fait, le vers ambrosien, pose les accents sur les syllabes paires. Iam lucis orto sidere, ou si puer cum puellula. CB 183. Mais le cas est plus rare. Ces vers 8 proparoxytons ont le plus souvent un accent variable en cours de vers. La variation d'accent à l'intérieur des hémistiches semble admise, mais évitée si possible. Moyennant des mots rythmiques qui agglutinent les monosyllabes, les poètes des environs de 1150, qui ont porté au plus haut point la forme de ces vers réguliers, évitent de préférence les cas douteux, où l'on peut hésiter sur le rythme, de même qu'ils évitent les hiatus et ne font pas d'élision. À l'époque 1150-1200 qui nous occupe, les poètes favorisent la battue à 2 temps ou des possibilités de rythme dit dactylique selon la règle qu'ils se donnent et les virtualités euphoniques qu'ils recherchent plutôt que par tradition. Ainsi, on constate que l'accent est battu à 2 temps, sans exception. Dans les laisses 8 paroxytons de Hugues Prima et de l'archipoète et dans la plupart des séquences victorines. Mais des variations sont possibles en cours de vers, dans les strophes goliardiques et les septénaires. Chez l'archipoète, par exemple, environ 1/20 des hémistiches des vers 4 plus 6 proparoxytons et des vers goliardiques commençaient par une syllabe non accentuée. Exaudi suspiria gemitusque flentis. Même proportion chez Gauthier de Châtillon. Donc l'irrégularité du rythme est possible, mais de préférence évitée. L'archipoète admet la souplesse de l'accent dans certaines structures et pas dans d'autres. Le vers 8 paroxyton, lui, semble réclamer une battue plus régulière que la strophe goliardique. Dans les vers goliardiques de CB 92, Phyllis et Flora, l'auteur croit sans doute obtenir un rythme régulier, trochaïque, en ne déplaçant l'accent qu'en cas de monosyllabe. Mais il lui est indifférent que la seconde syllabe de l'hémistiche soit longue, 10 fois sur 236 vers, alors qu'elle devrait être brève pour que l'accent puisse se déplacer selon la règle d'Enclise des mots iambiques. Chez Pierre de Blois, l'accent tend à être parfaitement régulier, à 2 temps, commençant par l'accentuation, dans tous les vers issus des anciens vers octosyllabes, septénaires et goliardiques. Mais dans les 8 proparoxytons, il se montre moins systématique. Dans les vers plus courts, pratiquement prédéterminés, la régularité d'accent est de moins d'importance. Son impact sonore se confond avec celui de la rime. Et les structures à longueur de vers variables admettent plus de flexibilité de l'accent au cours du vers. 2 syllabes non accentuées à la suite apparaissent plus souvent, mais chez les auteurs soigneux, ce rythme dactylique peut être placé au même endroit à chaque strophe parallèle, peut-être pour correspondre à la musique, ce qui signifie que l'auteur garde le contrôle de l'accentuation. Si l'accent est régulièrement battu dans toutes les 2 syllabes, les vers 8 paroxytons et 7 proparoxytons, en comptant l'accent secondaire final, ont tous deux 4 accents. Les vers 7 paroxytons, 6 proparoxytons et 6 paroxytons en ont seulement 3. Ce qui peut expliquer comment les oreilles allemandes entendent. Classement des structures et modes rencontrés dans les CB. Donc là, c'était les préliminaires. Maintenant, on vient au... I will try to shorten that, maybe. We come to the Codex Buranus situation. Si un évêque bavarois au Tyrol du Sud se fait composer un recueil où se trouve rassemblé le meilleur de la poésie latine au goût du jour, on choisit pour lui des poèmes du répertoire international qui circulent dans l'Europe entière et d'autres moins courants qui ne se retrouvent pas ailleurs, soit par le hasard de la transmission, soit parce qu'il s'agit de pièces d'intérêt local ou récentes, où le tri de la qualité n'a pas encore abouti à une sélection. On peut reclasser, d'après le rôle de l'accent, les schémas rythmiques rencontrés dans les Carmina Burana, en se souvenant qu'il s'agit d'un texte peu sûr, transmis par des copistes qui ont souvent perdu pied, et en ce cas corrigé par les éditeurs. Il est difficile de faire des comptages ou des statistiques quand une partie des occurrences manque de sûreté. Premièrement, on rencontre d'abord ce qui est bien établi au XIIe siècle, représenté par les poèmes de Hugues Prima, l'archipoète, Gauthier de Châtillon, Pierre de Blois, Philippe le Chancelier, et autres poèmes non identifiés, mais connus par ailleurs. Poète, elle voulait dire sans doute. Vers homogènes, accent appariant, sans erreur, les cadences paroxytones ou proparoxytones, et évitant les cadences douteuses et les hiatus sur des rimes riches, y compris le groupe identifié comme d'origine française, CB 116-121, proche, dit-on, d'Hilaire d'Orléans, avec des citations, Prima, Gauthier de Châtillon, imité ou contrefait, qui montrent la connaissance du répertoire international. L'accent battu à 2 temps, comme dans les 8 paroxytons de Hugues Prima, est ici imité par CB 91, qui le cite. À côté de ce répertoire se trouvent, d'origine non identifiée et non connue par ailleurs, des pièces impeccables pour les accents, soit sur des rythmes traditionnels, soit sur des structures nouvelles et variées. Elles peuvent être très savantes. 10 d'entre elles sont accompagnées d'une strophe en allemand. Plus le schéma est proche des formes traditionnelles, plus la régularité de l'accent binaire tout au long du vers est fréquente, surtout pour les octosyllabes paroxytons et les 7 proparoxytons, mais aussi pour les formes issues des septénaires trochaïques. On rencontre une alternance d'accents avec 2 syllabes non accentuées à la suite, comme un dactyle rythmique, pom, 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 mais identique dans les différentes strophes, dans CB 84, Pierre de Blois, 85, 87. Seul le 8 proparoxyton du dernier vers est iambique dans les 5 strophes. Un certain nombre de pièces à l'accentuation impeccable présentent en revanche des rimes très pauvres ou ne tenant pas compte des consonnes, qui sont aussi approximatives, même en dehors de la position faible de ce qui était anciennement un premier hémistiche non rimé. Ceci va à l'encontre de la tendance générale à la souveraineté de la rime et apparaît fréquemment dans les pièces munies d'un appendice allemand. Deuxième cas de figure, petit a. Dans les structures variables très libres, où la régularité de l'accent au cours des vers n'est pas recherchée, les jeux de rimes sont de plus en plus importants, alors que les vers courts écartent les rimes appariées par l'insertion de rimes intermédiaires, l'accent servant surtout à apparier les rimes. Le mélange subtil d'attendu et d'inattendu joue des longueurs de vers différentes et des entrelacs. La virtuosité des poètes les amène à prendre des risques en raffinant sur les possibilités de leur instrument par des acrobaties. Les différences d'accent peuvent être exploitées. Alors là, elle donne des exemples. Pierre de Blois, CB 63 sur la strophe 3a. Bon, je passe. Donc un exemple avec des différences d'accent. Mais en fait, il n'y a pas de faute. Ces mots ne riment pas avec leurs voisins, mais avec leurs parallèles un peu plus loin dans la strophe. Et il continue, donc le Pierre de Blois continue dans les autres strophes à faire alterner des mots comme videns, invidens, ridens, residens, meam, inneam, queam, lineam, etc. Chez Philippe le Chancelier, contemporain exact du recueil, le plus récent des auteurs identifiés, le même jeu est repris avec encore plus de liberté. On ne peut l'accuser d'ignorer les règles de l'accent qu'il maîtrise parfaitement quand il veut. Mais il fait parfois semblant de faire une faute d'accent, alors qu'il s'agit d'autres rimes qu'il fait attendre. L'accent compte moins que le jeu formel et le cliquettement des sons. Dans CB 131a, Bulla fulminante, le schéma suivi comporte 12 vers sur 2 rimes, avec des alternances paroxyton-proparoxyton strictement observées dans les 2 premières strophes. Mais strophe 3, la rime en eus est ambiguë. I'm sorry, I haven't an example, but yeah, maybe you will understand. Elle rapproche des mots proparoxytons, tartareus, argenteus, un mot paroxyton qu'il faut compter avec enclise d'un mot iambique pour en faire un proparoxyton, plutodeus, et 2 noms propres grecs, Orpheus, Proteus, où le eu est diphtongue en grec, ce qui est le plus souvent en latin transcrit comme un accent sur le e long, Orpheus, exception grecque en latin à la règle de l'abrégement de la voyelle en hiatus. Mais ici, ils sont en position proparoxyton. Cependant, il faut voir la rapidité avec laquelle se succèdent en 4 mots 3 rimes d'accentuation un peu douteuses. Quem audit, Orpheus, Plutodeus, Tartareus, qui sont une traîtrise par l'ordre des mots, puisque c'est Orphée l'antécédent de la relative dont Pluton est le sujet. La structure rythmique étant établie dans les 2 premières strophes, le poète joue la difficulté. Et CB22 est encore plus osé, car ce motet d'une extrême liberté se perçoit presque comme un oratorio en prose rimée. Alors, motet dans les concordances, CB22, cas compliqué, bref. À part quelques vers de 6 ou 7 syllabes, tous les vers ont une sonorité finale qui se retrouve à 3 mots de distance ou plus. Mais il se produit une sorte de jeu à rapprocher des rimes pauvres, qui ne sont que des assonances, mais impossibles comme rimes, parce que l'accent diffère, alors que le véritable mot à la rime se trouve plus loin. Insere rose ut alium per hoc corripere speciose. Insere à côté de rose rime avec corripere et rose rime avec speciose. Ac invia militida gratiae et premia cogita patriae. Via ne rime pas avec milita, qui le suit, mais avec premia. Et milita rime avec cogita, plus loin. On a même dei rimant avec fidei, bref. Et tuum avec perpetuum, long. Ce qui ne devrait pas être possible. Dans CB26, aussi de Philippe le Chancelier, cognita, bref, rime avec invita, long. Là, l'entorse à la règle est indéniable, noyée dans le chatoiement sonore. Ce type de jeu ou de licence poétique d'un auteur très maître de son instrument, où Philippe fait passer la rime avant l'accent dans l'avalanche éblouissante des sons, sur des vers brefs, contribue forcément à affaiblir la règle de l'identité d'accent des mots à la rime. 2b. Effectivement, ce procédé ludique que l'on rencontre chez l'auteur identifié le plus récent est imité consciemment ou non. On rencontre sur des vers courts des dissonances d'accent chez des auteurs qui n'ont pas la même maîtrise. Certaines rimes fausses suggèrent une difficulté à distinguer les conjugaisons des verbes. CB 90, strophe 3, sedere, ludere. CB 165, strophe 2, reperitur, potitur. CB 168 joue des accommodements sur les finales en ea, grec ou latine. Voilà. Elle donne d'autres exemples. Je passe. Je pense que vous les avez dans votre handout. I think you have all these examples in the handout. Cas numéro 3. On rencontre des cas où l'alternance paroxyton et proparoxyton est apparemment aléatoire. Les finales alternent à volonté sans correspondance entre les strophes, ce qui montre un affaiblissement de l'identité de structure accentuelle. Wo bin ich mit der Zeit? Okay. Here again, oh, I'm sorry, the handout was... So, if you can read it. It's a list of pieces, extremely useful for us, actually, but maybe a bit hermetic. Can you go to these 3 examples or something like that? You can pass the examples. I will go directly. Maybe I will go... Merci. So she gives a series of examples and says that ces 3 exemples sont considérés comme français. Or, cette indifférence à l'accent, donc, you know it, se retrouve plus tard en France dans certains motets à l'époque de Philippe de Vitry, au XIVe siècle, donc, quand même des strophes homogènes de vers de longueur identique alternent les finales. Yes, yeah. Donc, quand même des strophes homogènes de vers de longueur identique alternent les finales de façon aléatoire. On ne peut donc avancer qu'il s'agit d'une influence allemande, mais plutôt de quelque chose de français. 4e cas de figure. Until you see 4. Oh, you don't have the same as it. 4. Yeah. Il y a des pièces où l'on attend des vers d'une certaine longueur d'après le schéma de la strophe, mais parfois ils sont plus longs d'une syllabe. Or, dans ce cas-là, la première syllabe du vers est inaccentuée. Donc, la première syllabe non accentuée ne compte pas, ce qui donne des vers de longueur irrégulière et souvent de 9 syllabes, là où on attend 8. Ces pièces viennent probablement d'Allemagne et s'inspirent de l'ancien vers haut allemand, où il y avait souvent une mesure d'attaque, Auftakt. Cependant, le fait qu'il n'y a pas d'erreur, si l'on admet qu'une première syllabe non accentuée ne compte pas, montre que le poète sait quelles sont les syllabes accentuées. Alors, on trouve ça à nouveau dans un certain nombre de pièces. Je pense que là-dessus, peut-être Matthieu aussi dira un mot ensuite. À propos de CB 39, Ilka et Schumann, donc l'édition critique, pensent que la base est 7p, mais les vers ont jusqu'à 9 syllabes. En sus de l'indifférence pour la longueur des vers, les rimes plates sont parfois négligentes. Le poète ne fait pas rimer des proparoxytons avec des paroxytons, mais l'alternance P et PP lui est absolument indifférente. Dans les ajouts 39A et B, la rime, parfois réduite aux voyelles, 39A1 vers 7-8, semble être la seule structure prégnante. Dans CB 49, c'est le deuxième hémistiche d'un vers goliardique qui compte une syllabe de trop, cette fois sans compter 2 premiers hémistiches trop longs d'une syllabe. Dans CB 138, de même structure, 7pp plus 6p, Goliardic, c'est systématiquement le 8e et dernier vers de la strophe qui est ainsi composé, avec une première syllabe non accentuée. Dans CB 93 et 93a, le dernier hémistiche du tercé des vers goliardiques est systématiquement 7p au lieu de 6p, mais iambique. Sans doute la première syllabe ne compte pas. Il en est peut-être de même dans les strophes Cum auctoritate 6 à 11 de CB 105, où les hémistiches trop longs d'une syllabe sont toujours iambiques. On aboutit à une indifférence au nombre de syllabes, alors que les accents et les rimes sont corrects. On rencontre aussi, et c'est plus déroutant en latin qu'une syllabe d'attaque supplémentaire, des pièces où c'est la dernière syllabe d'un proparoxyton qui ne compte pas. CB 46, déjà cité parce que cela détruit l'identité de l'accent. C'est l'accent, oui. Cela fait rimer des vers paroxytons et proparoxytons. Non pas par ignorance de la place de l'accent, puisqu'à chaque fois, le vers paroxyton a une syllabe de moins, mais en négligeant l'obligation de consonance de l'accent. On peut présumer que le poème est composé en Allemagne au début du XIIIe siècle. C'est un chant de croisade. De même, CB 90, qui serait fait de 6 vers goliardiques brisés impeccables, si le dernier vers, Veni mecum ludere, ne transformait en 7 pp le 6 pp attendu. Dans les deux cas, on peut voir l'influence de l'ancien vers allemand en 4 temps, à condition de ne tenir compte que des accents principaux et non secondaires. Les auteurs allemands, dans les vers qu'ils imitent, entendent probablement plus les accents que le nombre de syllabes. Ainsi, le trilingue latin-français-allemand CB 195, on peut en rapprocher le chant de croisade CB 47, de structure peu apparente mais apparemment sophistiquée avec ses rimes isolées, et son imitation 47A, probablement sur la même mélodie, est très savant. Assez pour qu'on ne puisse penser à de la simple maladresse, mais à un changement d'esthétique. Le seul théoricien médiéval qui admet ces possibilités, en indiquant que quand on met de la poésie en musique, on est parfois obligé de mettre des syllabes en plus, sera Nicolas de Dibin vers 1360, justement un Allemand de Prague. Cependant, certaines pièces sûrement allemandes ou dotées d'un appendice allemand présentent un usage de l'accent entièrement correct. Ce sont souvent les mêmes qui présentent des rimes impeccables. 5e cas de figure, lorsque plusieurs de ces caractéristiques se combinent, il s'agit probablement d'indifférence ou d'une compréhension faussée des structures adoptées. La règle des mots iambiques en clitique, qui permet à des mots de 2 syllabes de former un proparoxyton avec le mot précédent, est appliquée, même si leur première syllabe est longue, ce qui signifie qu'en agglutinant des mots brefs, le poète ne tient pas compte de l'accent. L'exemple des particules enclitiques qui déplacent l'accent est étendu à volonté et parfois désagréable, car cela propose comme artifice poétique des accentuations qui ne peuvent pas être celles de la prononciation ordinaire. Là aussi, il y a un certain nombre d'exemples. Je passe. La règle d'identité tonique des mots qui riment n'a donc plus cours. Cela va de pair généralement avec les syllabes superfétatoires lorsque la dernière syllabe d'un proparoxyton ne compte pas, mais aussi avec des vers orphelins, tantôt en position faible, les anciens premiers hémistiches, tantôt de façon aléatoire. On aboutit à des vers qui ne peuvent être analysés à coup sûr selon les normes traditionnelles et non de règles visibles qu'une recherche de la rime, d'ailleurs souvent pauvre ou négligeant les consonnes. Là encore, il y a quelques exemples, mais je n'ai pas d'exemple concret à vous dire qui vous montrerait sur du texte. Bon, voilà. Dans ces pièces, on est passé à une autre esthétique, peut-être en certains cas fondée sur le nombre d'accents en cours du vers et non sur les syllabes, dont le compte exact importe peu, ou sur la répétition des sons et même des mots, voire les refrains et annominations. Le système poétique montre donc une évolution, la rime ou le compte des syllabes ayant tendance à être perçu comme plus important que l'accent. Les possibilités de déplacement de l'accent commençaient sans doute à en faire quelque chose d'artificiel, le compte des syllabes et la similitude des sonorités finales semblant beaucoup plus directement perceptibles. Mais dans les dernières pièces énumérées, on ne peut plus parler de système accentuel. Tout ce qui peut s'adapter à une mélodie semble acceptable. C'est sans doute la musique qui permet les à peu près et qui gomme les aspérités du texte. Are you lost? I jumped a lot. I should be... Catastrophe. Oh, maybe there is not everything. Where are you? Page? Yeah, here. So now that's... Oh, yes. Le rôle de l'imitation... So I am in the role of imitation. Le rôle de l'imitation est évidemment essentiel. Reprendre une structure ou en composer une avec des modules connus est la base de la création poétique. Encore faut-il percevoir pour imiter. Les poètes des Carmina Burana entendent à des degrés divers les différentes composantes de la forme poétique. C'est vrai pour les imitations latin-latin, sans qu'on puisse dire en ce cas que le compositeur imite une structure vernaculaire. Les parallélismes avec des structures vernaculaires, ici surtout allemandes, montrent les mêmes approximations. Malgré l'enseignement scolaire, qui croit au latin comme à l'unique grammaire, les locuteurs romans et germaniques n'ont pas exactement le même accès à leur langue de culture. Comprennent-ils de la même façon la structure des vers ? Certains oui, selon leur formation et leur entraînement scolaire. D'autres peuvent être amenés à entendre différemment les poèmes. Pour certains locuteurs germaniques, c'est la perception de l'accent tonique, semble-t-il, qui fait la différence entre leur poétique et celle du latin. Le nombre précis de syllabes leur importe moins que celui des accents, Betonungen, Hebungen, qui structurent le vers. Ce qui donne lieu à un véritable changement de paramètres, parfois souligné dans le recueil par le rapprochement avec des strophes des Minnesänger. L'imitation ou la réutilisation de la mélodie est sans doute primordiale dans cette évolution. Il y a effectivement, dans le corpus des quelques 50 poèmes où le texte latin est suivi d'une strophe en allemand, un certain nombre de pièces pour qui le nombre de syllabes compte moins que le nombre d'accents, et une syllabe de plus ou de moins ne compte pas. Ou, deuxièmement, la rime peut apparier un mot paroxyton et un proparoxyton. 3. La place de l'accent est mal assurée. La proportion de mots rythmiques avec enclise est spécialement forte et parfois fautive. 4. Cela se joint souvent à des flottements plus nombreux sur les voyelles en hiatus et à des rimes où les consonnes comptent assez peu, comptent assez peu entre les deux voyelles finales, ou même après, et où la rime peut se réduire à une assonance. Cependant, ce n'est pas le cas de toutes les pièces qui ont une annexe en allemand. Certaines sont impeccables, soit parce qu'elles peuvent être plus anciennes et éventuellement venir d'ailleurs, soit parce que l'auteur a une maîtrise suffisante des règles de la poésie latine et ne cherche pas à l'adapter à une autre esthétique. Les constatations induites de l'étude de l'accentuation doivent donc être interprétées avec prudence. And I come to the conclusion. Le recueil des Carmina Burana témoigne d'une étape dans l'histoire de la poésie latine accentuelle. Les règles anciennes, qui reposaient sur l'accent, sont en train de s'assouplir devant la montée en puissance d'éléments, la rime, l'imitation de structures vernaculaires peut-être, qui ont pris plus d'importance que l'accent lui-même. Et l'évolution va se poursuivre au XIIIe siècle. Plus spécifiquement, il se passe une nouvelle fois ce qui s'était passé lorsque les poètes avaient imité les poésies métriques en passant à un système rythmique. Maintenant, les poètes, ici de langue germanique surtout, croient imiter les poèmes latins de la production internationale, mais ils le font avec le substrat germanique. Il néglige certaines syllabes inaccentuées qu'ils n'entendent pas. Vers 1154, l'archipoète utilisait à merveille le vers goliardique régulier, ainsi que la plupart des poètes qui se trouvent dans les florilèges de la fin du XIIe siècle. Avec le recueil de Benedict Boyron, 50 ou 60 ans plus tard, il apparaît dans l'empire des poètes qui ne se soucient pas des anciennes règles. Du seul cas des Carmina Burana d'origine allemande, on ne peut pas conclure à l'affaiblissement de la perception de l'accent en latin au début du XIIIe en général, mais on peut constater qu'il passe parfois au second plan. Il est possible que la production courante ou médiocre ailleurs ait montré le même type de fléchissement, mais qu'on n'ait pas la chance de conserver un recueil équivalent qui nous permette de jauger cette transformation. That's over. I hope you survived.
I am not. I am now audible.
Yeah.
And thank you to Pascale Bourgain for the text that we were able to hear, which I think does give us quite a bit to discuss, some spirited ideas in there. But I think she's getting to the root of language and learning, how it works, how do we learn it, how is it understood in different settings, ideas for old rules versus new rules, and maybe giving us a menu for new analysis. So I'd like to open up the room to, obviously we can't speak to Madame Bourgain ourselves, but would anybody like to make comments about this? I found it very interesting how ideas with Davide were also discussed here, this idea of creativity and playfulness also in verse form. Marc.
Thank you. I've lost track. English? Yes. Yeah. So it was difficult to follow. I thought that was the most astonishing text, frankly. It was like what I got the impression of was someone basically distilling an entire career working with Latin poetry from the kind of the beginning of the 12th century to the end of the 13th, kind of spilling the dirt, right, on how we ought to think about some of this. I said to Kelly, I would actually sell my body for a copy of this text, actually, before it's published.
It will be issued, and she has a longer version even.
I
hope for more concrete examples, but okay.
Splendid.
We'll see that.
So, of the many things that I took away from this, I was very interested in her category 2A, which is, on the handout, she says, La virtuosité amène à jouer la difficulté, dissonance apparente, and she kind of invokes poetic virtuosity for these free structures where rhyme is becoming more important than end accent, paroxytonic or proparoxytonic. I love that play on words, by the way, in French. That was very clever. But the thing is that what she didn't mention at all, and I think is actually a key part of this, is that what she's describing in 2A is not, to my mind, poetic virtuosity. It's actually poetry that are motet texts. And the two examples she gives, which are CB 22 and CB 26, are both motet texts that are written to a musical model, which is already sort of asymmetrical and everything. So in other words, it would have been impossible for CB 22 and CB 26 to have been regular in the way that she's actually describing, because they're motet texts.
Of course.
And as far as I know, and you would know better than I would, Christelle, how many motet texts are there in the Carmina Burana? I think there are
as
two.
As far as I know, only CB 22, but with a different incipit.
Right. And 26?
I can't remember, sorry.
26 is ad cor tuum revertere. O
Did the
conditio
motet?
misera second, and it's.
Is there a motet with this text?
I'm doing
I don't
this-
think so.
I'm doing this very quick. No, I'm sorry, it's conductus. So it really is just 22, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm.
I've always been intrigued by Latin motet poetry that is based on clearly identifiable pre-existing caudae.
Yeah. Yeah, at least at
And
the
do I mean
beginning.
caudae? Clausulae, sorry.
Yeah, clausulae, at least at the beginning, yes.
Yeah.
But then, yeah.
And I'd love to have her here and have this conversation about whether these poems in 2A, and I'd love to know what other poetry she had in mind outside of the Carmina Burana that actually fits into this kind of repertoire. For me, I think she's actually just describing motet poetry.
Maybe I can show CB 22 if you want, if I manage to come to the piece, so that people can have an idea of what it is. I don't know how it doesn't work. Yes, 22. Oh, Hugo didn't load it. Okay, that's okay.
Well, but it's
not yet because it's not finished. Okay,
but
never mind.
it is completely bonkers. I mean, it's
Yeah.
homo qui vigias,
Yeah.
vide, dei, fidei, adhereas. I mean, these are lines that consist of like just one word.
Like a motet.
And they're completely completely aleatoric, except for the rhyme scheme, which is and that's what characterizes motet poetry. This thing of it.
That's very interesting, and I think I cannot answer for Pascale. I wouldn't dare. But my feeling is that maybe this is precisely the kind of text, the motets of the early period, that she maybe less knows about, because this is specifically musical. So yeah.
Well,
I will ask, but I will transmit your.
But they
remark.
also they don't appear in collections of Latin poetry.
Of course, but that's why I will ask. We will ask and see what she answers. Yeah.
Further comments or ideas? One thing that struck me was giving us kind of a playlist for understanding the mastery of the poet in mistakes or not knowing antique verse forms versus this total dexterity with new structures and playfulness. It reminds me obviously of Novocantica texts as well, which play with the same devices. Further comments, wishes, desires for coffee?
Coffee break.
I know that our coffee is ready. So in that case, I would like to thank Christelle for reading the paper and Pascale Bourgain for writing it. And we'll see you back here in. Shall we start earlier or shall we start on time? We will start again at 4:30 here in this room. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a lovely break.
Long break. Thank you. Machst du es? Ja, schon.
Ja, gut.
Ja, kommt, oder?
Ja.
Gut, dann mache ich nochmal aus. Anti-Veranstaltung, was nicht möglich ist. Der Anti-Papst. Ja, genau. Aber es ist, okay.
Konzertbeleuchtung. It is dark and gloomy. Please don't fall asleep because we have another very exciting presentation coming up. Matthieu Romanens is a research associate on the digital edition project Carmina Burana Online here at the Schola. He studied French literature and linguistics, musicology, and medieval and Renaissance performance practice at the universities in Fribourg, Heidelberg, and Basel, as well as at the Schola, and is currently pursuing his doctorate at the University of Basel. Alongside his scholarly work, he performs, as we heard this morning, specializing in medieval and Renaissance repertoires and appearing with various renowned ensembles, as well as with his own ensemble, Rubens Rosa. Today, he will be speaking about the organization of the macaronic songs in his paper within the rhythmic and melodic nexus of the bilingual songs. So, thank you, Matthieu.
Thank you, Kelly, for the nice introduction. First, if you want to have access to my handout in a digitalized form, you can scan the QR code here. Otherwise, you have it in paper form. And yes, don't be afraid by the seeming complexity of my title. You can replace the word nexus by network or crossroad, because this word describes quite well the very essence of these bilingual songs that Pascale Bourgain just referred through the voice of Christelle as chanson latine avec appendice allemand. So this word appendix is maybe a sign that some Latin philologists tend to disregard a bit this final German strophes as a kind of vestigial organ. But on the other side, Germanists and musicologists are primarily interested in these final strophes because they stand for one of the earliest evidence of Minnesang transmitted with music. So this term, with this term nexus, I would like to invite considering the folios containing the bilingual songs as a real space where different scribes negotiated at different times their respective understandings of poetic rhythm, both Latin and Middle High German. What is led on the page, this is this rhythmus, audible structures. It has been defined several times yesterday and today, but let's recall the main principles. Rhythmus is ruled by a fixed amount of syllables, pattern of accents, and a rhyme which gets every time the same accentuation. But I believe that the network of correspondences, parallels, disruptions, and regular accentual sequences constitutes the very framework and, I would say, also the musicality of rhythmic poetry. And I will try to show in my presentation that the study corpus of my PhD is an extraordinary witness that these features of rhythmus are also shared by the German lyric verse, and further, that between the two languages, the melodies accompanying them, notated in neumes, are, and if you allow me another metaphor from human anatomy, a kind of connective tissue. This observation cannot be dissociated from the very materiality of the manuscript. Certain new codicological and paleographical insights presented by Christelle Cazot yesterday form a premise for my argument. Let me briefly recall them. She pointed out that the production of the Codex spanned a very long period of time, or at least longer than previously thought. Then the book, whether bound or not, was repeatedly revised and intensively used, probably in a didactic context. And that except for music hand N1, the musical notation was added several decades after the text was copied. This means when editing, examining, or singing out of this manuscript, we must remember that the page preserves the plurality of acts by scribes intervening at distinct moments and with different intentions. This material stratification opens more broadly the question of how the folios themselves function as sites of performance, to use an expression proposed by Kate Maxwell in the introduction to a collective volume she co-edited in 2014, Performance and the Page. In this broad sense, performance does not simply mean oral rendering. It encompasses reception in all forms, whether visual or oral, passive or active, silent or voiced, spoken or sung, complete or fragmentary. This concept of performance is very helpful to better understand how, in a framework of early and flexible transmission of individual Minnesang strophes, songs can be newly combined in different constellations, monolingual but also plurilingual. What are these performers involved on the manuscript page, that is, on the parchment? They are numerous. The author or authors, if known, the manuscript's commissioners, the text and music scribes, and at the other end of the chain, modern editors that also perform in a way the text, the readers across time, and of course the musicians who will attempt to bring the Codex to life through sound. In this paper, I will focus on 3 levels of performance now taken in this broad meaning. The first is that of the main text scribe, here designated S2 under the new provisional nomenclature adopted by our team. The second level, that of the notator, is later, as we said. The notator's intervention on the page often overlaps with that of reviewers and correctors, making it sometimes difficult or even impossible to determine who acted first. In this example, for instance, we can see that somebody erased the E of Liebe, put then what seems to be a kind of circumflex on the I, and there is a little neum above it, probably a virga. So here there are very complex questions of phonetic, and we need also the advice of some experts, and we have relied on experts such as Stefan Rosmer, who generously assisted our team and to whom we owe warm thanks. The third level is that of the musician or the singer, which I'm also myself. I think musicians should consider the bilingual songs transmitted in the Codex Buranus as a performance of a song in its own right, even if we may be puzzled by the fact that we see a stanza by Walter von der Vogelweide, Neidhardt, or Reinmar der Alte transmitted alongside Latin strophes. A prerequisite for modern performance integrating the bilingual dimension is, of course, the reconstruction of melodies. At the end of this presentation, I will briefly explain which melodic idioms I drew upon in my attempt to reconstruct a possible melody for CB 147. To conclude this introduction, by taking into account the manuscript's complex materiality and acknowledging its multiple layers of performance, we can humbly contribute in a new way to two long-standing questions in Latin, German, and musicological scholarship regarding these bilingual songs. What motivated this linguistic juxtaposition, and which melodies do the hastily inscribed neumes seem to refer to? The songs I call bilingual are mainly transmitted in choirs 12 and 13, in the section traditionally called Amatoria since Schmeller. Exceptions include CB 48 in the Moralia and Satirica section, a cluster of 4 songs in the section that Christelle suggested to call Planctus, and 2 other in the Potoria and Lusoria section, which are undoubtedly parodic, CB 203 and 211, with an appending strophe taken from the Palästina Lied of Walter von der Vogelweide. Choirs 12 and 13 contain 39 songs, among them 7 with a refrain. These refrains may take several forms: a Latin refrain, a Latin refrain between Latin strophes, a Latin refrain switching to German after the final German strophe, or a macaronic refrain. 2 songs are entirely macaronic, with continuous interweaving of both languages. And 1 other also combines both types, macaronic and bilingual. We thus observe, first, a remarkable formal variety, and second, that bilingual songs are transmitted alongside macaronic songs with increasingly complex linguistic alternations toward the end of choir 13. So the boundary between macaronism and German appendage is therefore rather porous. These variations may reflect the same creative acts producing the macaronic, conceived as hybrid from the outset, and the bilingual songs. This observation challenges the rather common tendency in the scholarship nowadays to reduce the Latin strophes in this corpus to mere contrafacts, where the vernacular model would only indicate the melody, a kind of canta siccome instruction as in 15th century Laudari. Let us step back and ask what in a structure of Latin and Middle High German verse allows their mixture. Consider CB 185, a famous example, a Pastorelle, which is a fully macaronic song. The German lyric verse relies on the alternation of stressed Hebungen and unstressed Senkungen syllables. Multiple unstressed syllables may intervene between 2 accents, so that the total syllable count per line can vary. In this 4-line strophe, lines 1 and 3 carry 4 accents. 2 points stand out. The first line begins with an upbeat, Auftakt, marked here with a capital A, and occasionally 2 accents collide, a phenomenon called Hebungsprall. Common in German, but not tolerated in Latin. These 2 lines are linked by a masculine rhyme accented on the final syllable. Latin lines contain 6 syllables and end with a paroxytonic rhyme. They follow a regular 3-accent rhythm with a feminine cadence. To capture the unity of the overall conception, we could analyze everything either according to the Germanic system or according to Latin. But one of the intentions behind this interweaving appears to be the unfolding of the same rhythm across linguistic boundaries. Ich was ein Kind so wohlgetan, virgo dum florebam, dobris mich du Welt all omnibus placebam. The characteristic Goliardic rhythm is clearly audible, a well-established framework subject to new creative processes at this time, beginning of the 13th century probably. Creativity arises in transformation and variation as exemplified by this bilingual or macaronic play. I will now proceed under the hypothesis that the bilingual songs are connected in an analogous manner. Here, though, the interplay unfolds by developing a rhythm across Latin strophes, which culminates in the final German strophe. To support this hypothesis, we must examine whether, from one language to the other, strophic structures are either identical or at least similar. This synoptic table, also available in your handout, lists the pieces that I prioritized in our edition project simply because they all contain musical notation. For structural analysis, I suggest temporarily setting aside the neumes and focusing on verse and stanzaic form. We observe different cases. Formal identity, either the strophe pattern exactly matches a recognized model, for instance, the Goliardic strophe, or it is a variation on such a strophe, a variation of such a strophe, or another model that we could identify with the help of Pascale Bourgain, Les Lyriques for CB 153. When rhyme schemes and cadences are identical and the 1:2 ratio is respected, with this ratio I mean 1 German accent roughly corresponds to 2 Latin syllables, are marked as a formal identity. There are also cases of approximate analogy and major discrepancy. I will detail 2 cases of the first type and 1 of the second. Starting with CB 142. It was told in a paper by Pascale Bourgain before that we could accept that the last syllable of the first module, 7 pp of the Goliardic verse, can get a secondary accent of the last syllable, floridum. If we accept that, and that if we accept this is a parallelism with the masculine ending on the German verse, ich soll eines Morgenes gehen. And if we accept that the paroxytonic cadence corresponds to a feminine rhyme, then the accent pattern is effectively the same in both languages. The addition of an initial syllable in line 2 does not affect the perceptible rhythm. Tempus ades floridum or vernales mox in omnibus. This is basically the same. Both strophes are also monorhymed. In German, as noted earlier, intercalated syllables may appear between 2 Hebungen. For instance, morgenes gehen, genes are intercalated. CB 146 inserts a Goliardic line into what appears to be a short Rundkanzone. The final line repeats and varies line 1 and 2 by adding an upbeat syllable. Lines 10 pp and 11 pp correspond to the German line in accentuation and feminine cadence. Binary alternation with 5 accents per line largely works, counting secondary accent and overlooking some irregularities on veris, whose second syllable becomes accented. But no further accents error appear in the following strophes that are not shown here. A few words about the content of this song. You have a kind of traditional Natureingang, which uses the topos of a nightingale modulating its song. You have the French translation in your handout made by Pascale Bourgain for the Latin strophes and Patrick Del Duca for the last one. So a nightingale modulating its song, which leads in the further strophes to a conventional description of the lady and the lover's wound. And the sixth strophe functions as an envoi. The opening nightingale becomes now a messenger tasked with announcing to the lady, presenting as a queen, the constancy and languishing of the lover's heart. I go to the next example, talking about the content again. The German strophe appended here opens a full German song in a Codex Manesse and Weingartner Liederhandschrift. There it is attributed to Reinmar der Alte. In both witnesses, it opens a Botenlied, a messenger song, a Minnesang subgenre. In our stanza here, the lady questions a messenger about her lover's state in the society and its feelings constancy. We may, of course, ask ourselves if there is an intertextuality between both strophes, so in two successive songs. The previous one, 46, this one, 47. So this case presents what I call a case of approximate analogy. In line 1, the ratio 1:2 of accent to syllable still applies. In line 2, however, Latin has only 5 syllables, equal to the German accents. The disproportion is even more evident when we look at the modern edition, where strophes differ in line count, 7 in Latin, 6 in German. This shows maybe that a traditional edition layout with line breaks does not always reflect the structural division a scribe or poet perceived orally. Hugo talked about it a bit earlier today. The rhythmic punctuation is a valuable clue to understand how the scribe perceived the rhythm. There are some dots placed above or midline by the scribe, sometimes supplemented by coarser dots added by a later reviewer, which was particularly careful in this piece. There are also commas, perhaps by another hand, also segmenting rhythmic units. Comparing now strophes and 5 provide with rhythmic punctuation, what we did in the edition. One sees the scribe added a point between sin Herze statt and ob ihr gebietet at the end of the German strophe. This allows us to restore some greater regularity by dividing and associating segments like that. Let us now address the notators. Returning to our table, we see that they always write neumes over the Latin text, sometimes one line, sometimes 1 or 2 strophes, rarely the entire song. Latin is thus systematically notated, whereas German is occasional and never alone. Observing N6, the hand responsible for notating most bilingual songs, one remarks either more Latin text is notated or have an equal amount of notation for both languages. Only in CB 150 are 2 more syllables notated in German. A preliminary remark before diving into neume analysis. Our digital edition, as Hugo said this morning, reproduces the pneumatic forms schematically, especially under N6 hand, which shows considerable graphic variation. In our project, we considered this variation the product of circumstances of writing, of a scribe which is probably uneducated in musical notation, writing spontaneously, perhaps under dictation. All hypotheses and conjectures are documented in our critical apparatus and also in the critical commentaries. Nonetheless, for the analysis, one must visualize a single glyph to make the melodic relationships between Latin and German intelligible. So, this is the edition. Consider now CB 143, where two notated strophes are distinguished. Green for identical sequences of neumes, yellow for minor variants, single note differences, or, for instance, liquescence, descending liquescence instead of a clevis, and red for major discrepancies. So, purely visually, the two Abgesang appear to be very different. Divergent cadences in line 5, line 6 entirely distinct, line 7 differs except for the cadence. One might ask if these divergences stem from strophic structure. Latin shows a variation on the rhythmic trochaic septenary, with line 5 doubling the second hemistic. These produce a regular binary accent pattern throughout the Latin strophe. But German shows the same alternation with some upbeat syllables. Each line has 4 accents, except the last, which has 6. Thus, the melodic variation in the last line can be explained by structural divergence, but difference in lines 4 and 5 require another explanation. The notation over CB 146 is quite exceptional. The initial succession of virge and puncta aligns precisely with accents in both Latin, counting secondary accent again, and German. But later, the melody partly emancipates from accentual rhythm. The German Goliardic line presents 7 virge in a row, and the corresponding Latin sequence is interrupted by 2 puncta. Here again, this variation is not due to a different verse structure. In CB 151, copy order is quite clear. After notating 2 Latin strophes entirely, the scribe seems to clarify the start of the final strophe, German strophe. Line 1 begins with an upbeat, sowohl, prompting an additional virga. He also notates the upbeat on line 3 before stopping. Why? Likely because he knows how to continue by analogy with the Latin strophes previously notated or heard. The noted discrepancies between strophic structure in CB 147 did not prevent N6 from treating it as a coherent whole. The 5 first lines of both strophes start with an epiphonous, a liquescent punctum going up. So it points to a quick ascending movement. Virge keep the line high. 2 note ligatures appear more in the second half of lines. The lines 1 in both languages are identical. If we consider what I've marked with the arrow as a Tonspaltung, this is the same. Major variations occur in lines 2 and 4, twice as long in German. So when the messenger speaks, addressing to the lady, Frau, ich sah ihn, we have twice in a row an upward movement, maybe to enhance this apostrophe, Frau. A final epiphonous appears at the last short segment, immerho, which I previously suggested reading as a parallel to the last segment in the Latin strophe, sub rivalibus. An important question arises now. Would this German strophe sound as different in performance as it appears on the page? To answer, we must first venture a melody reconstruction. So first, how make musical sense of the 2 repeated epiphonous at the start of lines and the succession of virge? Virge could indicate recitation, recto tono, ascending notes, or a mixture of both. A useful comparison is Veris Dulcis in Tempore. We mentioned this piece yesterday. We even heard it here in the concert, in the reconstruction. In this version, the notated version of the Codex Buranus, the first 3 lines of each strophe feature a characteristic epiphonus or place followed by virgulae. A concordant notated Spanish fragment shows clear melodic affinity. The voice rises almost systematically at line openings, providing a concrete point of comparison for CB 147. The Minnesänger repertoire offers another possibility, but the evidence is tenuous. Extant melodies are extremely rare, often from later manuscripts. The Münster fragment gives 2 incomplete lines attributed to a Meister Reinmar, but the missing folio prevents completion, and no parallel text confirms the original. And uncertainty remains who is meant here. Is it Reinmar der Alte or Reinmar von Zwetter? Is it Minnesang or Spruchton? And we see that stylistically the more melismatic lines offer no valid comparison with CB 147. Thus, other elements must guide reconstruction. I asked whether repeated accents at the beginning of lines occur in vernacular song, for instance, in a Trouvère repertoire. Research shows it does not appear in this repertoire song grammar. In this Gas brûlé auf Gesang, a sustained recitation note in line 1 is immediately balanced by a more mobile line in verse 2 with individual notes alternating with 2 to 4 note ligatures. What of troubadours? Lankan Lijon by Geoffrey Hudel, Crusade song, is sometimes cited as a possible contrafactual model for Walter's Palästina lied. The Münster fragment shows Walter borrowing, maybe shows Walter's borrowing while simplifying Geoffrey's melodic curve. But even simplified, variations in ligature length and brief phrase-ending melisma appear, which CB 147 lacks. Recently noted affinities with Sangspruch melodies, especially with melodies Töne by Bruder Werner, melodies transmitted in the 14th century Jenaer Liederhandschrift, which shows a strong influence of psalmodic tones combined throughout a song. So it can be an interesting link comparison. But this comparison I've shown now confirmed that our piece exhibits melodic traits distinct from most known vernacular traditions. The rising line suggests simple recitation formulas like a psalmody. In a clerical setting, let's say in a cathedral school, such formulas were probably part of a soundscape of clerics or students. Based on plausible or non-plausible melodic idioms, I reconstructed this melody, one among many possibilities, which I will let you look at during my conclusion, and you will have the opportunity to listen to it during the concert later with Marc Lewon and some Schola students. Conclusion. Under the nowadays common assumption that the majority of Latin strophes are contrafacts of German ones, one would probably arrive at this conclusion. The scribe associates the melody with the German text in his mind. If Latin is always notated, German only occasionally, it means the scribe only needs to clarify the note-syllable relationship in the new Latin text, while the memorized German model suffices. However, for me, these do not account for material evidence. It seems preferable to distinguish 2 performance levels, the text-copying scribe and the later notator or notators. Observing the later, one may hypothesize that he may have created his own version or modified previous version he has heard. The notator likely notes a melody primarily linked to the Latin text, whether heard, dictated, or even invented ad hoc. Then I think he transposed it to German. He omits notation over German when the transition from Latin poses no problem, but notates when clarification is needed. Extra syllables, line initial upbeats, for instance. Most important, and this is secure, this clarification indicates the notator conceives this song as a unit. For him, Latin and German strophes are meant to be performed together. To be clear, I do not claim a two-step composition, text, then music. This would be overly modern. Rather, the text is maybe copied by the main scribe with a thought melody, but not encoded initially. Later traces reflect vocalization by someone else, which may differ from what the scribe imagined or from contemporary practice. Another argument is that the neumes display a much clearer, more finely wrote articulation in alignment with the short rhythmic units than with the longer German verse. In the scribe's practice, the melody is anchored in a Latin structure, as when it profiles, for example, 4 + 4 units with internal rhymes. Based on the Neumann-Bild, it seems more likely that the neumes over the German text represent a necessary adaptation of the melody prompted by some prosodic difference, rather than the other way around, a more extended melody being shortened to fit the rhythmic segments of the Latin. Moreover, my work with this pieces has shown that the scribe's hand is generally much more confident when writing the Latin. Then we see much fewer erasures, corrections, and adjustments. Where there is no punctum or virgule per syllable, only 2 note ligatures appear. 3 notes ligature are extremely rare under the hand N6, usually marking diphthongs, usually in 2 cases. The primarily syllabic style cannot represent the melodic language of diverse style, Rhein-Marne style or Walter or other. If so, we would expect neumes encoding much more diverse amount of notes per syllable, especially in phrase-ending melismas, as in troubadours and trouvères. This, for me, strongly supports performance by an individual scribe. And finally, melodic variants do not always stem from prosodic features. Another reason could be a deliberate effort to provide a clear closure to the performance in a German strophe. In CB 146, in the second hemistic of the German Goliardic line, virge, whether on the same level or ascending, accumulate melodic rhetorical tension, making the adjustment to the 11 pp with a bit more conclusive. A similar conclusive effect appears in the last segment sung by Rhein-Marne's Messenger in Immer ho, with Epiphanus elsewhere marking phrase beginnings, perhaps a way of making it perceptible through the music that the circle is complete. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Matthieu. This was very interesting indeed and helps to give us a bit of structure and context into this very interesting group of songs. Before I talk too long, I'd like to open the floor to questions. Don't be shy, although it's getting dark outside. If nothing yet, I have a question for something that you didn't actually really address, which is about the content of the songs themselves. Have you come across songs that are paraphrases of the one or the other language, and how much does that affect the neume, the structure of the neumes and what they present? Because you're able to show us quite clearly in the examples that you did where there are similarities and where they diverge. Mm-hmm. But this seems that in the last example that you gave, the text worked really quite beautifully above it. Mm-hmm. I guess I'm not quite sure of how dependent or independent it is on the meaning.
We could argue that, let's find the passage here. The German strophe is different, so we have a dialogue, whereas the content in the Latin strophe is it's a plaint of the lover. So I said that this Epiphanus could be reused as a strategy to mark the apostrophe of the lady. Fraue, ich sah, also first apostrophe and then restarting and developing the discourse. So we can say rhetorical device or something like that. It's interesting that this element which marks something which is what I described as a psalmodic style could be refunctioned as effective effect in a new context. So I would see that in parallel with intertextuality. I didn't address this problem because I'm mainly interested in music, but intertextuality is, of course, extremely present between these complexes of songs, and this would speak also, now speaking about the first level of performance, the intention behind the copy of these strophes, that there are all kind of exchanges between them, and this is also visible in the musical treatment in a later stage.
Thank you very much. It is very exciting to see them side by side and to see the remarkable similarities, especially in the incipits and then in the differences as they progress. Yeah. The questions. Martin Kierenbauer.
Thank you, Matthieu. I ask you a question. I can always ask you a question, but nobody else. You presented interesting discoveries and assumptions about the connex or nexus between, is this the same connex or nexus? I don't know. Between these two languages in this 12. Something which come up to me also with the discussion yesterday was we heard about the provenance of the different contents and the making of the codex and all this. Is there anything to say about the language, the Latin language, as well as a German text here, which point to different layers of provenance and so on? Because I think we tend to look at this repertory and this manuscript always as a unit, and I think it becomes clear since yesterday it's not at all a unit. It's yes, conflated and collected and so on. Can you see something similar? Because you presented this repertory, yes, in certain respects also as a unit, because your point of view is, of course, define the corpus within this.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I didn't say that at the beginning of the presentation, but this Latin love poetry is anchored in clerical culture. And you find many topics, many motifs, and many also structures that you can see all elsewhere in the Cambridge songbooks. And for this piece, even in a fragment conserved in Sangal, where you have this telus florivario vestito strophe, alone with another German text below. So this is one of the single instances of a concordance in another source of one bit, Latin bit with a German text below. And as for the German text, sometimes you can feel almost the influence of the clerics behind the German, as here. So I've marked these arrows here in my presentation, here. I didn't address this problem today because it's extremely complex, but of course we should ask, is what we see in German, is it Minnesang, or is it a cleric trying to imitate Minnesang? I tend to say here, because you have this Goliardic verse here, and you have the figure of the nightingale, which can symbolize also the kind of emulation between clerics and lay people, that there is a kind of play, a confrontation between two worlds. The clerics, which are the depository of knowledge, and they show their knowledge in this text. CB 147 is full of antique references. Sometimes you just wonder what they wanted to do with that, because it's extremely complex. And then at the end you have something which is called love, but there are some connections, yeah? So it's a kind of emulation between these two worlds which try to dialogue with each other. And what I try to show today is that there are many, many structural familiarities. Yeah. So it was then probably then gathered, or produced or gathered when where people from different spheres could enter in contact with each other, yeah, and stimulating these new varied forms.
Florian Vogt.
Thank you very much, Matthieu. I have a more technical question. If you could help me to explain a bit how you come up, what is in the German, a Hebung and a Senkung, especially if there's a lot of one-syllable words, but also within the words, to come up with your analysis.
So if we take this example, Hebung would be Nachtigall, sing einen Ton mit Sinn, and Senkung is the unaccentuated syllables. Yeah?
That's clear, but how do you choose?
Aha. There is not always one single solution. In this case, it's quite clear. I had to learn myself how to define the pattern. In most of the case, you have a regular alternation as here, but it's true. In other cases, you cannot really find a structure behind. So I consult some previous analysis. I ask Germanists, but sometimes they don't agree with each other. I showed only examples that were quite simple to understand. Yeah? So here, yeah, you could assume there is an elision. Kund ihr das min stete Mut und min Herze brinne. I would read it like that. But the music says something else, and this is interesting because you have. This is why it's very important to distinguish the two levels. You see that there are two persons behind it. Where is it? No, it was before. Yeah. Here you have two dots, so it seems that the notator wanted to pronounce the ear. Kunde ihr das min stete Mut und min Herze brinne. You will also listen to this piece later.
Would you speak it differently, Thomas?
No, I'm not a native speaker of no, but I know that sometimes it's not clear what to do with these syllables. Yeah.
Say it again.
I say it again. What would be the criteria of the arguing points of the diverging Germanists when they discuss with each other and not agree? What are the?
So there are criteria like the length of the syllables. So it reduces the amount of choices. Maybe we have a Germanist here in the room. He could say what are the criteria, but.
Okay. So sometimes there are verses that, from the stress patterns of the words, could be interpreted in two different ways. To have one more stress per verse, or to have something like a long upbeat, double upbeat, or even three-syllable upbeat until the first stress pattern of the metrics come. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is no stress in the upbeat in the words, yeah? But we have to discern between stress patterns within words and stress patterns that make a metrical verse line. And in order to fit one with the other, sometimes we'd have to split upbeats, have triple upbeats, or even have unaccented positions within a measure of the metrics where we split. So it becomes quite common. We need an example, really, for that. Do you have a complicated example? Maybe that leads too far. And occasionally we cannot know. And then it is very helpful when you have many strophes, you look into another strophe, see what happens there, and assuming that the strophes have the same metric patterns, you can then adapt the one that is in question. So that's how I would proceed. But yeah, I know from verse analyses that there are competing interpretations by different scholars as well.
This has turned out to be quite an interesting conversation.
The striking point is that here this person, the notator, tries to show how he understood the accents by marking this virgule, and this is fascinating here. So he went tellus, flore, vario, vestito, and then it goes somewhere else. So he did the same for German. So here it's the only example where the neume seems to align to the accent structure. So somebody wants maybe try to understand how it works and building a melody out of it, and finally maybe give the text a melody which could help carrying the structure and the rhythm.
This is very interesting, and I think we're going to have to leave it here because we are expected in another room. But first, let's thank Matthieu Romanens for his wonderful speech. And now I would like to direct you into the Kleine Saal, where we will be listening to Anne-Zoé Rillon-Marne present her podcast. It's 5:30, yes. We're not coming back here tonight, so we'll meet at the Kleine Saal now. like to introduce Anne-Zoé Rillon-Marne, a medieval musicologist and assistant professor at the Université Catholique de Brest in Angers. Her work focuses on Latin lyric poetry between the 12th and 14th centuries, the relationship between music and intellectual circles, and more broadly on the musical source itself. Her extensive list of publications include her monograph, Homo Considera, La Pastorale Lyrique de Philippe de Chantilly, published with Breakballs, and just last year, Composers in the Middle Ages, with Gaël Saint-Clic for Boyer and Rouen. She regularly organizes conferences, notably the annual Rencontre de musicologie médiévale, next edition at the University of Metz this coming January 2026. Recently, she's been working with media on audio documentary projects in collaboration with musicians involved in the performance of early music, and is interested in pedagogy related to performance of medieval repertoires. Today, Anne-Zoé will introduce us to this work with her podcast, where she delves into questions of how to teach the Carmina Burana today. Carmina Burana in the classroom, a didactical approach to performance practice. Thank you, Anne-Zoé.
Thank you, Kelly, and I would like to thank the conference organizers, particularly Christelle Cazot, for approving the presentation of an audio documentary, a podcast, in the busy schedule of these days. This is very uncommon. This research would not have been possible without Christelle. She greatly facilitated and assisted me in this effort throughout the process. From Codex to Sound. The title of this conference is a challenge to each and every one of us, to musicologists, musicians, and also to those who navigate between the two. The state of the texts and notation of the Codex Buranus and the historical, philological, linguistic, and musicological questions it raises have brought scholars together and continue to challenge us, as evidenced by the CBO project. The sounds of the Carmina Burana are subject of constant reflection, re-evaluation, and reinvention. As a musicologist, I am naturally interested in how musicological discussions inform the work of musicians. As everyone knows, the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis is a school whose DNA is built on collaboration between research and performance practice. And between the two, there are the students who come here to train to be the historically informed musicians of the future. The project to make student work on the Codex Buranus is particularly ambitious and courageous. It confronts students with the greatest uncertainties and calls on their knowledge as much as their creativity. Preparing the concerts that punctuate the symposium is, of course, an objective, and we are delighted to enjoy them. But behind these productions lie educational intentions and, above all, hours of reflections and rehearsals that play a fundamental role in the students' training. I wanted to find out more about what goes on in the classrooms during the educational work carried out here. How do the difficulties we understand from a scholarly point of view become pedagogical obstacles? What do students learn when confronted with a source such as the Codex Buranus? How do teachers guide students through the uncertainties of the manuscript, and how do the concrete questions encountered constitute learnings? My field of inquiry is therefore not limited to musicology nor performance practice studies. It also incorporates didactic questions. It interrogates knowledge and how it is passed on. How can we find out what happens in the classrooms? To document this teaching practice, I conducted a field study. I choose to conduct this study not with pen and paper, but with a recorder and a microphone. I choose to present this survey in the form of an audio documentary rather than a scientific paper. Today, I am sharing the results of this research with you. As with TV shows, this documentary is a spin-off. It's part of a larger project named Dans la classe de musique médiévale that takes a broader look at the teaching of medieval music and documents how historical and musicological knowledge is transposed into the training of young historically informed musicians in the French Conservatoire in Lyon, and here in Basel. From this perspective, the way in which the Codex Buranus has been worked on here appears to me as an exemplary case study, addressing many aspects of knowledge related to medieval repertoires, paleographic issues, questions about texts, their interpretation and intelligibility, and insights about understanding the musical language and its structures. Not to mention the artistic dimension that this source engages in order to find its place in an already long tradition of performance. So, I attended a lot of classes and listened carefully, not only what the teachers were saying, but also I listened to the students' reactions, their musical suggestions, and their questions. Conducting research through sound requires intense listening to the environment, the sounds that identify the places, the quality of the voices and their presence, the nature of the exchanges, the interpersonal relationship that play out there. All these details together construct a landscape in which learning takes place. They are an integral part of what I wanted to collect and document. In addition to recorded situations, I conducted a few interviews. Through my questions to the teacher, to the students too, to the scholars, I was able to ask for clarification on certain intentions related to the content of my observations. Through sound editing of the documentary, I created a dialogue between excerpt fragments from these interviews and the classroom situations that I selected and organized. The podcast is structured in 3 parts, each devoted to the class situation of one of the teachers, preceded by an introduction about the project. You will therefore hear, in order of appearance, the 4 members of the CBO team, whom I won't introduce now. Then Marc Lewon, Katharina Livianic, and Baptiste Romain with their students. I have imposed a rigorous ethical framework on myself, asking everyone for permission to be recorded and giving the participants the opportunity to comment once the editing is complete. I want all the stakeholders, it means teachers, researchers, and students, to feel comfortable with the idea of sharing and exhibit the reality of their work, even in its difficult or unglamorous phases. This is a relation of respect and consideration between me and them. These recordings were made during my 3 visits in March, May, and June 2025. At that time, work on Carmina Burana with students was just getting started. This flashback will give you a better appreciation of how far we have come in producing the concerts. One last point before we begin listening is to let you know that this documentary aims to draw you into my questioning and invite you to intelligere, I mean listen attentively, actively, to search your own answers to the question I raise. It's neither a promotional nor a mediation document. This is why I have left out the question of languages, thinking that my audience, you, would be largely capable of switching between English and French. During the recordings, I let everyone express themselves in the language that feels most natural to them, and that explains why some of my interviewees speaks to me in French. It was natural. So I won't monopolize the conversation any longer and hope to exchange ideas with you after these 23 minutes of listening session. So I wish you a pleasant moment in the classroom. And we didn't make really a sound trying, so we will see how the thing will happen. No. Ça marchait tout à l'heure? It was working before? The thing, the sound is not loud enough.
Ist das mit Sound vom HDMI?
Maybe. No. Sorry. Carmina Burana in the classroom. An audio documentary produced by Anne-Zoé Rillon-Marne. The Carmina Burana Online project, led by at the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis, combines research and performance practice. It aims at producing a digital edition of the famous Codex Buranus songs, but also to train the Schola students in performing them and to take up the challenge of the muse. My investigation aims to understand how researchers and teachers collaborate to make the students able to perform music with such a shadowy notation. Between March and June 2025, I made 3 visits to Basel. Pascale explains what the educational intentions behind the project were.
J'ai préparé le projet, déjà, je savais d'emblée qu'il faudrait sachant que, voilà, on utilise des notations pneumatiques scientifiquement et qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup d'autres témoins manuscrits des mélodies notées sur ligne, à un moment, il faut passer à la pratique pour faire une recherche plus empirique. À la Schola Cantorum, ça paraissait évident de combiner les deux aspects. Et ça paraissait aussi relativement facile, entre guillemets, puisqu'on a des professeurs qui sont là pour enseigner la pratique historiquement informée, mais qui ont eux-mêmes déjà un bagage scientifique important. En l'occurrence, Marc Lewon, Carmina Burana et Baptiste Romain, qui aussi, on en avait parlé, s'étaient montrés intéressés. Des étudiants qui reçoivent, à côté de la pratique, aussi beaucoup d'enseignements théoriques ici. En fait, dans cette école, on cherche à les rendre capables de lire par la même source et de les exploiter musicalement, parce que ça reste des musiciens avant tout.
I sneaked into the team's meetings and attended to the discussion about the most problematic issues and the edition of the news.
Moi, je pense que c'est pas plus.
Bravo.
Ça, c'était Torquemus, ouais. Et après, pour moi, c'est juste l'orifice et le point. C'est pas bien l'orifice. Et là, il y a Torquemus avant. Alors, ils ont l'air d'être mais en fait, on l'a fait.
Non.
On l'a pas, mais c'est pas grave, c'est juste un Torquemus et derrière, on sent un peu plus suffisant. Une sorte.
Now, let's move from the paleography workshop to the classroom.
Just because a melody is lost doesn't mean the music is lost. Because we know a lot of the music around Carmina Burana, but also a lot of the music is in the poetry itself. And if we inform that with our trained style in the music of the 13th century, I think we can produce something that a person from the time would recognize as their musical realm, even if it's not exactly the melody they would have had in their heads.
Today, Marc Lewon and the students are tackling the poetry and news of the piece Anne-Zoé. The digital edition from the CD team is directly in use for performance practice.
From the Carmina Burana project, and we get here their transcription with the news and side by side with brilliant. We can see analysis of the measures.
Matthieu Romanens participates in the session and is consulted on difficult aspects of the text and notation.
Please, and to repeat, maybe line by line so we all get into this text. Mit grünem Laube starrt der Wald. Mit grünem Laube starrt der Wald. Der Winter kalt.
Look at the correspondence of verbs in Latin. Shows you have to kind of
Sie hat sich verwandelt.
Sie hat sich verwandelt.
Ein Senen. Cool. Now we know more about the text. But now let's actually read it. What I like is your terminology is good at a lower level ending on a high level for cadence. Interesting.
what the Carmina Burana mean to musicians in general, and what characterizes his approach with the students at the Schola and the CBO project.
It is part of the modern medieval heritage of performing medieval music. So yeah, we perform them in that way as they were prepared by those pioneers. Yeah, right now we are working a lot less with assumed contrafacta. That means we are looking more at the neumes themselves and work with the texts to reimagine the music behind it. And that has a lot more to do with other surviving music from the era, so that we inform ourselves by playing music, performing music that is around the other Minnesound that survives with music. And then from that viewpoint, try to recompose something along the neumes that is in accordance with those other surviving musical
have the right language. What's the problem with it? And then re-examine, going back to the original existing compositions, for instance, by Freitag, to understand what is different in language. I think that's an exciting process. And then the next time, you can maybe fix small places, and all of a sudden the melody comes up, and you have a feeling of, okay, this could have been in a medieval manuscript. That's really what we're trying to figure out. And by doing so, reappropriate a piece, reappropriate a piece of music that seems to be lost. So, you possibly mechanical piece of it, and with the feedback, also taking into account maybe to introduce a little jump somewhere. Yeah. Bring a bit more verticality into the melody, and then we can revisit that in 2 weeks.
On commence, je fais comme si j'étais pas là. Je suis transparente. Le projet du petit concert, généralement.
Before going through the Passion play from the Codex Buranus, Katharina Lichanik had the students work on other liturgical dramas to accustom them to chant and staging. Here, the ensemble class performs the Cantus Mariae from the Cividale manuscript. Later, the Codex Buranus is back on tracks. In June, the students get to know the musical material of the Passion play as prepared by Laura Alviero.
Pour chaque pièce qui a la musique, j'ai essayé de voir s'il y avait une concordance. Par exemple, la Suspiratus est effectivement une pièce liturgique. Et puis j'ai mis des petits commentaires, parce que là, par exemple, c'est un répond, mais est-ce qu'il faut chanter aussi les versets? En bleu, c'est le texte qu'on trouve dans le Codex Buranus. Et là, on a la mélodie dans le Codex Buranus. Et là, il y a une possible concordance, parfois c'est pas sûr de 100%. Parfois, c'est à peu près le même moment. unfortunately, what happens in the manuscript is there is no text. She says possible concordance with the. If we don't find a satisfactory concordance, either you can speak it or you can also chant it. We can find a little kind of like salmodic simple recitation. Would you like to speak it, or maybe if you want, just for fun, just to see how would you sing a simple melody on this text, just so in curious. Let's see when I bring the concordance, which now I will provide, how much it will help, inspire. We can definitely go into this kind of freedom to see, okay, this is what we have, let's see what we can make for this report. They were quoting and repeating. And then what happens? The Gregorian chant, has the sentence, because the melody goes on. But we are not going to sing the sentence, because we just say, on that day they started quoting to 15 poems. So here I would like again to explore the drawing activity. Modern improvisation classes, students learn the practice modes and juggle with formulas.
Alors, spécifiquement, là, dans le cadre du cours, c'est recréer des mélodies avec les mains. Donc, on regarde bien le texte, on regarde la traduction, on étudie les maîtres, la rythmique qui est propre au texte, et puis on essaye d'inventer des mélodies. Donc, c'est à la fois basé sur l'observation et l'analyse du texte et puis des nœuds, mais aussi sur notre culture du répertoire moderne médiéval. Et il est clair que je fais ça en cours d'improvisation plus avancée avec des gens qui ont déjà étudié la modalité médiévale au moins une année, hein, la plupart en font plus, parce qu'ils ont fait aussi des cours de grégorien, etc., d'autres classes. C'est l'idée de faire un processus créatif avec ces mélodies.
vos reliquam aut cras aut vodi peritus amoris rari. Age. Can we just get ideas for groups and so on? All sorts of ideas. You do two each. Let's sing this.
Student of the Schola, describes the session.
The teacher asks us to look at the news, to look at the text, previous knowledge, how the neurons work in other chants, we are asked to invent our own melody.
We tend to be quite systematic. That doesn't really work because the punctum needs to be at the lowest point, a low point in this constellation.
And we do it one by one, and then maybe others also give their own input, and in the end we combine from the best versions one golden version.
Decide on one note to vary it. Which one do you like very much? These reactions. And then that versions for Natal start maybe.
In a class situation, it is quite structured, and that is what we need. But starting from that, we can develop our own freedom. And I think also the overall spirit in Schola is that we can do improvisation, we can invent our own ornaments and our own melodies.
Laisser un peu tout, pour le moment en tout cas, ouvert, c'est-à-dire reconstituer différentes mélodies en disant ça peut être ça, il n'y en a pas, pour le moment on n'a pas fixé le chose.
Carmina Burana in the Classroom, an audio documentary directed by Anne-Zoé, Rillon-Marne. This documentary could not have been made without the help and participation of Pascale Bourgain and the CBO team, Laura Albiero, Matthieu Romanens and Ugo Bindini, the teachers who welcomed me into the classes and granted me interviews, Marc Lewon, Caterina Vianney and Baptiste Roman. And thank you to all the students I had the opportunity to meet and listen to at the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis.
Thank
Thank you so much, Anne-Zoé.
Yeah, may I say a word
Please.
about the sound condition? This has been edited with headphones, and this is the first time I listen with loudspeaker, and I realize how much the levels between the fragments and the situations and interviews are different. It would need a professional mixing now to readapt and to readjust the level. So sorry for this sound condition. It's not the best, but maybe those who have listened it with headphones, you don't have this problem of level.
Just like there's an Ars Musica, there's an Ars Podcasting.
Yeah.
We need the technicians to work. Thank you so much. This feels so normal to us, probably here in the room, any of us who have studied or taught at the Schola. And we've got a few minutes to have a discussion, and I'd like to open up the floor. But first, what surprised you most from what you experienced being here and being in Lyon?
What surprised me at the time? The engagement of the students, the motivation is very high level. Maybe I don't think I had many surprises, because I was just here to document, to make archives of what happened. So I was happy to have very different situation, and I like what I wanted to show in this. In the construction of the podcast, it's the difference of how Marc and how Baptiste are working with the same task for the student. They have to reinvent with news, and the organization, the pedagogical organization, is completely different, because with Marc, the students comes with a proposition, and with Baptiste is more a collaborating way of doing the things, and it's interesting because it's complementary. I think in both situations, students are learning things, but in a different way, and that's interesting for me to see how different methods of putting together the difficulties and the students, and how the teacher is a guide in this process.
It's actually been a great project for the Schola, because this material, the Codex Buranus, was used in many different teaching settings. So with Marc's in the ensemble class, with other work with Caterina in her work with the Passion Play. But with Baptiste, it's especially interesting because he's using models to work with the modal improvisation class, which allows a completely different approach as well. I was also interested in hearing how many terminologies were possible for working with the source. Reconstruction, reimagining, reappropriation, I thought I heard at one point. But my favorite sentence in the whole thing was, just because the melody is lost doesn't mean that the music is lost, which might have a lot to do with what we do here. So I'd like to open up the room, especially maybe students. If you've got
many of them are there, so I would be happy to have a feedback from them.
We heard a few of your voices, which was lovely, and instruments. Now we're having a John Cage moment. 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Thank you, Christelle.
I have again a weird question. Are you happy with the term reconstruction? I was always thinking during this conference since the beginning, why do we say reconstruction when we actually compose? More or less.
You're asking me? Well, actually, it would be a really interesting point for everybody. But actually, I identify a lot with what Thomas Drescher called reimagining melody, especially in terms with, I think you coined it with the Boethius CD. No?
Originally, I used it for the melodies Konrad Steinmann reimaginated for the 5th century before Christ. So this is a reimagination. We have much more information in the medieval time from that time.
Other thoughts? Something else that Marc Lewon said was talking about the modern musical heritage, which actually harks back a bit to what René Klemencic talked about, was that we can't actually get really inside the medieval melodies. We're doing it in a 20th or now 21st century approach.
Yeah, but I don't know, and in the interviews it was quite clear. The student, maybe they could disagree with me, but the student don't have such an idea of this tradition. This is not in their luggage, and this is the. What do you think, students?
Should it be in their luggage? I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but it's a chance for your posterity. Marc.
I'll put them on the spot for them, actually. So I had two thoughts, actually. I was going to say something about reconstruction, but actually a far more interesting question is one of tradition. And I was struck when we were listening to those recordings by Binkley and Rouland and Klemencic yesterday. The day before yesterday.
Yeah.
It was yesterday. You know what that actually meant for me, where that slotted into my career. Spoiler alert: it was when I was an undergraduate. They were new then, and I'm thinking about what it means to be a bachelor student or even a master's student at the Schola Cantorum in 2025. And trying to make sense of some of the not just recordings from the 1960s and 1970s, but from the ones that I thought were cutting edge, and God help me, some of the ones I've supervised as well. I mean, which now have the earliest I worked on was from 1999 2000, which are now 25 years old, and positioning those in a student's experience from 2025. I'm speaking for all you guys over here, actually. I mean, feel free to interrupt because I'm sure you don't want me ventriloquizing you, but it seems to me that's something that you don't want to lose. That we work in a tradition, and it's a constantly evolving tradition. And it's one that we need to understand and we need to engage with, whether it's to react against, whether it's to absorb or whatever. Reconstruction, it seems to me, is something that is rebuilding something that clearly existed before and has been lost, right? So
destroyed construction.
so I'm used to the idea of reconstructing the quintus part in a 5-part madrigal when you have 4-part books and one is missing, and you know that was a 5-part piece because it had to be. For the songs in the Codex Buranus, it seems very unclear to me what one would be reconstructing if one was, and I think I much prefer the idea of reimagining. I actually used imaginings and reimaginings in a draft of a recent publication, and my editor came back to me and she said, imaginings and reimaginings, Marc, you just don't need that. You're cool enough already. I know, I thought I'd throw that in actually, because but actually I like it. I like reimagining because that's exactly what we're doing.
Thank you so much. I see that we're coming nearly to the end, but we've got a couple. Oh, okay. We're going to have a performance here in less than 15 minutes now, so let's keep the comments very short, but please.
Yeah, thank you for your lecture. When I started here 40 years ago, we were talking about authentic performances, and that changed a little later to historical informed performances. I like very much. And well, especially with this with the Carmina Burana, it's it's not possible. We have two choices. We can say sorry, but here's a text, and here are the names which we cannot interpret clearly. We have to make choices. So here, especially perhaps for this collection, this historical informed performance with construction of the losing part or the losing the lost melody has to be done. But I don't find that as a problem, because every performance is always something we create something here in this moment. Tomorrow we do the same concert, but it will be another result. So don't forget that, please.
Thank you very much. That actually leads us beautifully on, and I hope you'll excuse me if I cut the question and answer to a limit now. And just before we break, ask Anne-Zoé if there's anything, last thoughts that you'd like to give us before we go into the concert.
Last thoughts?
Last thoughts for this.
But maybe just to come again to the question of the knowledge of the student about the tradition, I don't know if they have class about the history of modern performance, but maybe it could be interesting to add this in the courses, because there are many things to deal. And in the interviews, they often say, "Oh no, I don't listen other recordings. I don't want to be influenced." Yeah. That's the first word, and maybe that's food for thought. And
we will have so much more time tomorrow as well to continue the discussions. For now, I'd like to thank Anne-Zoé.
Thank you, Kelly.
And I would like to ask everyone for a bit of quiet coming into the next round so that our musicians can tune in this room. We're going to be coming back again in 10 minutes for the concert. Thank you.
memore cum honore et vivere, nec meroris nec doloris librum legere. Salutarem gramina, menovarem mundo darem, nora carmina. Tamen cano sed vano statu veneris, cuius paris et scholaris sunt cum ceteris, qui noverunt varia de cantare veridare sua gaudia. In palestra clitem estra lude fortius, unus vivit quem non vidit, mors cum fratribus. Crassem est tutius, sime vocet sane docet, quintus mutius. Cutis aret quia caret, letto pectore, curans curo de futuro, timens tempore, nec veo cum talibus accubare velurare surrivaribus. Sage, dass ich dir Sinne lohne, hast du den viellieben Mann gesehen? Ist dies wahr, lebet er so schone, als sie saget, und ich dich höre jächen? Fraue, ich sag ihm, ist froh, sin Herz statt, ob ihr gebetet, immer hoch.
Ecco